Clapping. Big facts.
It's only high ones, so I'm thinking over there.
She wanted us to put this up somewhere. Let's move her back. Can you move to another high? Can you move to a high chair, please? Get that high chair. Is that good? Can you sit there, please, Nagar, because her attorney and her his brother, his wife wants to sit there. So please, you know, if you can sit at that chair right there. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I got her.
All right, an update. I have an update. A very important PSA. So, our guests are here, so that's a plus. They're both here. We had a little transportation issue earlier. And they have agreed to allow you to record if you want to. So you can record if you want to. We will be live stream the event as well on our YouTube channel. So if you have friends that want to watch that couldn't be here, send them a little text and tell them that they can watch it on our YouTube channel, Busboys and Poets. So thank you all for being flexible and for agreeing not to record and now agreeing to record. So thank you.
What do you want it?
It's her. I think we should put it probably raise, name it as a fair. It kind of depends the way people see it.
That spot would have been perfect.
I would put it over there where the door. Who gives it? Hey, Sam. For press, we need to
Full capacity.
If we could have, if I could have Robert for a minute, or actually Wayne, if we can get Wayne here to put it back on for live stream. We want to put it back on to live stream. We also have a speaker outside. There's a speaker outside. If you sit outside, you can actually hear what's going on inside.
There's no more seats outside, so they'd have to stand.
All right, there's that.
Thank you so much, Billy. Thank you so much.
Can we have the music off, please? All right, I'm going to introduce Karen Attiah. She's a Washington Post ex-journalist badass. That's what she is. She is a writer, a commentator, and editor. Karen was hired by the Washington Post back in 2014 and was the founding editor for its global opinion piece. She was recently fired by the Post. How many of you are going to cancel your Washington Post subscription? She was fired for her comments about Charlie Kirk, challenging his disparaging statements about black women in particular. Proof once again, democracy doesn't only die in darkness, it dies in daylight. Karen and I have never met before, but she is an awesome person, I could tell from the energy she brings to the room. And we have, of course, Mahmoud Khalil. And he is joined by his proud wife, Noor, who's sitting right here as well. Noor, get up, Noor, get up. You gotta stand up, you gotta stand up. Yeah. And their baby is in Michigan, who's now 5 months old. Mahmoud was thrust into the national spotlight as a key leader in the student pro-Palestine movement. He was later abducted by federal agents and detained for over 100 days in ICE prison. Ever since his release and reuniting with his family and newborn baby, he has continued to speak out against the silencing of pro-peace voices and continues to be a strong advocate for justice and liberation for Palestine. Free, free? That's right. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm going to leave it up to you guys. Karen, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Gosh. What a week for the both of us. What a year, what a time, what a, I don't even know what to say.
I know.
I don't even know what to say. Well, actually, that's not true. I got lots to say all the time. Now that I'm a little freer now from my chains. But Mahmoud, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today. When I got the invitation to be able to share space, to be able to share stories, I just, how could I not say no? Yes. I've been wanting to talk to you ever since my time at Columbia, and you and I share a bit of a toxic ex in that way. I know. We got to talk about our mutual ex, Columbia School of International and Public Affairs. But first, I want you to speak about, again, I know you've spoken about this so much. Well, first of all, actually, what brings you to Washington? For this week? What brings you here?
I mean, first, thank you so much, everyone, really, for all the love. And I'm sorry, I don't know, like...
Yeah, 360, 360.
I'm trying to be, like, in the middle, but, like, really, thank you so much. And
you can see, it's true 360.
And thanks so much also, Andy, for creating this very beautiful community. And... the Busboys and Poets community in particular is so dear to my heart because I said it like to my close friends, but while in detention I received few letters from people who were here attending an event with my great lawyer Amy, who's here. And after that event I received a number of letters, and one of them really gave me so much strength, so much power to continue, to the point that I requested to send all the letters like to Noor, except for that one. I kept it with me to keep reading it. And that letter also from a fellow Columbia student or grad who shared the same sentiment as me about Columbia being that institution that sells out its values, its students, everything for money and power. So thank you so much, really, Andy, for creating this very beautiful community. And what brings me here to DC is the thing that they've been trying to distract us from, which is advocating for Palestine. They want us to forget that this is what we should do. This should be our priority, no matter like the risks that we are under. So I'm basically here just to be in their face, to remind them that they should, and it's their moral imperative to do the minimum, which is stopping sending weapons to Israel. And also, like, to be because they tried to disappear me. They tried to literally send me 1,400 miles away. So I'm here just to be in their face that I exist, Palestinians exist. And yeah, thank you so much, Karen. Like, this week was extremely tough for you, for both of us. I was deported for the second time yesterday, but, but I'm here.
I know.
But also, like, you've been through a lot, and I know it takes courage at this particular moment to be out and really, like, speak our minds without fearing any retaliation. So just, yeah, you being here is really a testament of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I've been fired for the first time, but I'm still deciding to get in people's faces, all y'all's faces first, at least. But yeah, I mean, thank you for that. But yeah, I think in this moment, and we'll get into it, clearly anyone paying attention to the news, in our cases, in media, they're coming after our voices. Yeah. So speaking of voice, I mean, you have spoken about the conditions that you faced in detention. Can you share, as much as you would like, a bit about that experience, and specifically sort of what maybe affected you personally and what helped you keep going, besides this wonderful letter from the busboys community?
I mean, it was absolutely awful to be detained in a place where you never thought that such thing exists on U.S. soil. Like, the amount of injustice and dehumanization that such facilities actually hold, it's beyond imagination. And I always feel really ashamed that I did not know that such things, like, happen here in the United States, like in daylight and under our nose.
Can you share a little bit of, like, the details?
Absolutely. So, I mean, the moment you enter, like, such facilities, like in my case, it's in a very rural area in Louisiana. It's literally in the middle of swamp, so you can't, like, it's just like the weather there is so bad. But beyond that, you know, like, I was in one room with 70 people.
70.
Like, like,
70.
it's like 70, and when I say that, it's like in one room. It's not like, you know, like I have my own cell or I share it with one person.
Living there, eating there, sleeping.
24/7, and the moment you try to cover your bunk with, like, usually with trash bags.
Trash bags.
Like, because you don't want the light, you don't wanna, like, the cold air to come in. They would come and take it down.
my God.
So you're obliged to be always, like, under fluorescent lights 24/7, no sleep, no privacy. The food is bad, but that was, like, the least of my concerns. But I think the most difficult thing is the dehumanization that happens there, and you see it in the eyes of those around you, who sort of can't understand why they're being criminalized. Especially a lot of them were literally picked up from their court hearings, from their ICE check-ins. They were doing everything right, yet they find themselves in such place, and to only see on media that they're criminals, you know, like, all these labels that the administration tried to use against them, and there I think, like, for the first 2 days, you know, like, first 2 days you just, like, wanna, like, you think that you're gonna be out, like, very soon. So I was on the top bunk, and that one, like, I couldn't sleep, I think, for the first week, until I found another bunk, like, a lower one, so, like, sort of, like, better conditions there. But also, since there's that feeling of being disappeared, I felt that I wanted to make a meaning out of this. Like, should I just wait until my fate is being decided by those who I don't know, I was able to see the news, but on the news I can only see all these horrible stuff about me that's not even close to reality. And this is when I decided to write my first letter to the world. Despite the risks of doing that on an open line, I believe it took us at least like on the phone like 9 hours to finalize the letter because it's back and forth. You have like to take it through the lawyers.
I remember that that letter, maybe a couple of days or so.
Yeah, it was about a week after.
After.
I believe.
And you managed to still get it out to the mainstream worldwide press. I mean, what was that like?
So I want like, despite so much advice, like not to do that.
Not to
not to do that because the risk was very. was
lawyers like, yeah. Lawyers going lawyer.
No, the risk was like, I mean, at that point, no one knew what's happening like around us. Like even the charges, we wouldn't see like what actually I'm being charged with, or is it like the final list of the charges, or are they adding anything and we don't know? Like, can we talk? Like, is our speech actually protected? Yeah, I wanted like to do that, and the other thing I wanted also to help those around me, especially when you have 95% of people around me were Hispanic or from Latin America, who either barely speak English or they don't like, I'm a graduate of a public policy school, so I'm like, I do bureaucracy all the time, like that's why I went there. And I was helping a lot of people out with the most basic stuff, literally asking for medication, asking for change of clothes, or asking like what's happening with my case. I've been here for a year and no one like is talking to us. So there's that. But I mean, it was particularly difficult for me the first 3 days when I was being transported from one place to another. In the span of less than 36 hours, I was, in New York, New Jersey, back to New York, Texas, then Louisiana, and I was being like
trafficked.
Yeah, and
the country.
they wouldn't allow me to talk to anyone, to see the news, like nothing. I didn't know anything is happening until that one morning when I arrived in Louisiana, and I was able to speak to Noor, and she told me like, oh, Trump is talking about you, Rubio, and I was like, what the hell?
Wow.
So it was very difficult because the last thing I heard when I was literally being shoved into the ICE unmarked car was them threatening Noor of arrest. So I didn't know at that point for these 2 days, have they arrested Noor? Is Noor okay? Like, is the baby okay? That what, like, literally consumed all my thoughts.
Yeah. Well, to sort of time travel a little bit and talk about our mutual ex of an institution, Columbia University, and specifically the School of International and Public Affairs. Actually, my classmate, you were a teaching assistant for my classmate who let us know about you before the world did and was trying to figure out how we could use our platforms and privilege to do something. Yeah. And just now when you're talking about, this question, how did I get here? I'm at this fancy university, this fancy institution, privilege, and then you find yourself snatched up and in detention, and you had asked Columbia for help, for protection, this place that you were, a student of. Can you talk about that aspect of it? About, I guess I see it in your face a little bit, a bit of the betrayal,
Yeah.
I suppose.
I mean, absolutely. Like I was like very betrayed by Columbia, especially that it's a school I've always dreamt of going, like since I first knew about Edward Said, like when I was like 15 years old. But it was like that distant, dream. I was then like in a refugee camp, like we didn't have money, nothing, like, so it was very distant. Even when I moved to Lebanon, like I didn't speak any English like until I was 20, 21 years old. And then I came to Colombia and believing in some sort, like I wasn't very well aware of the limitations, especially when it comes to Palestine. And when we tried to organize an event back in March or April 2023, so way before October 7, we invited Omar Shaker, who was the director of Israel-Palestine at Human Rights Watch, to talk about international law in Palestine, Israel. That's what you do in CEPA, in a school for international affairs. Yet Colombia gave us very difficult time in approving this event. They immediately designated it as a special event that requires more reviews, and like we had to fight them to have that event. And they did the same when we invited someone from BDS. So that betrayal really, like, it's sort of like freedom of speech stops like at the moment that Palestine starts, and that the Palestine exception there. It's appalling that it is. They have no shame about it. Like even when I was meeting the administrators before and after October 7, they have no shame about like that it is double standards. Like when I tell them like this is double standards, like see what you did here and what you're doing now, and they have no shame about it because it's just like it's something like bigger than us. And there's I think a misconception about the student movement at Colombia. Yeah. Students at Colombia passed the first referendum of divestment in 2002. Right. And since then, they would do that once and once again, like to pass a referendum. Overwhelmingly, the student body would vote to divest from Israel. And then also, the student movement is not only about protests or encampments. This is like very small part of it because before that, there was a lot of referendums, a lot of petitions, political education, trying to talk to the university. Yeah.
So this is a long,
it's very, very
process.
long process. Yeah, like the school wouldn't engage whatsoever.
For
years. And one of the last things Bollinger,
former
one of
president.
the former presidents now,
who, by the way, is a notable free speech scholar, Lee Bollinger.
He's silent.
Look him up. He's quite quiet.
Yep.
Google him. Lee Bollinger. I know.
But yeah, one of the things that he said, or the last thing he said before leaving Colombia, he said, divestment from Israel, it's not a topic that we will ever discuss at Colombia.
What?
Wow. So, and now it's the only thing that Colombia talks about. So.
They did it to themselves. And speaking as someone who also, my dream was also to go to Columbia, to teach at Columbia. My brother went to Columbia. It literally brands itself as the activist Ivy. If you go, and it might still be up there on its website, it has an Edward Said page dedicated to the Edward Said archives. It puts itself forward as...
They had one about the demonstrations of the 60s, of anti-apartheid South Africa. So they always celebrate their students, but like 30 years later.
It's like the supreme gaslighting of it all.
Absolutely.
The sort of height of we are using these figures, this activism as branding.
Yeah.
As marketing, but not as inherent values.
But even CEPA, like the school that we both went to, they started like IGP, Institute of Global Politics, That's basically a war institute where they brought Hillary Clinton, Mike Pompeo, all these I don't know, failed politicians. And
To teach the future about how
yeah,
to
and
win.
now they teach them about in the situation room. Like, I mean, I don't know what Hillary did.
Going
in
after
that
every,
room.
I like it. I respect it. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, I was also a student at SIPA, the School of International Affairs and Policy. Studied human rights. I studied atrocity prevention at Columbia back in 2000 and redacted. Y'all don't need to know how. Y'all don't need that information. But a while ago, so understanding that Columbia gave me a lot of the tools to understand what atrocities looked like, what human rights abuses looked like. I sat there learning from educators, policymakers on sort of never again in different contexts, right? For those who don't know, I was invited to teach race and Western journalism at SIPA because, well, I just never got the education about how race and ethnicity fit into international affairs. How could we be sitting and learning about how the world is and say race or how we construct them versus us, all of that has nothing to do with this. So I was like, I'm gonna make my own class. And I did, race and Western journalism. And over-enrolled, super popular. I actually had a unit on Israel-Palestine. And submitted to Columbia, October 2023. Yeah, oh. Yes, are we good? Are we good? By that time, anyone who's followed my work knows that I was very against Israel's initial response. I warned that Israel should not be allowed to commit atrocities, me thinking that wasn't controversial. I really did, I promise. I was like, this seems reasonable to say you shouldn't.
If you were a warmonger, they would have given you a spot on the IGP. Like, I promise.
I mean, but then I got the wave from that, and I still went on to teach the class with the Israel-Palestine Union. I was like, I'm going to do it. People told me, don't do it, just drop that part, just drop that part. I was like, no, we are at this institution, all of these institutions, to learn how to speak and to learn how to be brave enough to have these conversations and to build a better world. Like, what am I paying you for? Like, of course, of course I'm gonna do this. The class comes and goes, and I was told I was the only professor, I'm an adjunct, a guest, I was the only professor that's 2023-2024 school year to bring up Gaza. That's what my students told me. And that was, I mean, but I was like, are you kidding me? I didn't anticipate that level of fear and that level of cowardice at Columbia, the home of Edward Said, who plasters Edward Said on there. Again, I mean, the way they canceled me is not the same as what happened to you, but it's two different sides of the coin of silencing speech. I had students that were doxxed, students that we were watching in real time as the NYPD was advancing and violently clearing the encampments, right? And yet here you are trying to manage, trying to teach, trying to say, this is peaceful. I was sitting outside and the encampments, they're beating drums, but I was just chilling, eating my sandwich like, oh, okay, like there Columbia goes, the activist Ivy, this is what they do. And then Manu Shafiq, the president, some, I don't know, 8 hours later, calls in the force of the NYPD. I don't think I'll ever forget those last week's teaching, seeing how much force they were willing to use on students that they had a responsibility, including you, a responsibility to keep safe. Faculty, a responsibility to keep safe. Right. I still sometimes can't get that image out of my head of a wall of cops coming in to abuse these values, abuse these people. So all that to say, I mean, how do we even think about these institutions now? Forget this. Columbia canceled my class. Sorry, that's the kicker. Columbia did not renew the funding for the class, did not give any reasons. But the rumors, I'm sure you guys can think of what the rumors said about why.
Yeah.
So I started my own school. We can talk about that later. Anyway, but yes, I started my own school and I'm teaching race and media, international affairs anyway on my own. You know. Right. Get it? But
And, I mean, that's basically to say that institutions will never vindicate us. Like, we have to actually, like, take it with our hand, as individuals, we have power. We have so much power that these institutions are trying to strip us from these. Like, Colombia loves I would say, protest about climate change, about private prisons, about fossil fuels. But whenever it's about something, I would say, like, not controversial, like just something that's like, with that apartheid South Africa, with the civil rights movement, with Palestine, they would be the first one to come after you. And they always said it, like, if Colombia had the power to detain me, they would have done it a long time ago. The same with other students, because now they deputize their public safety to arrest students. They are literally inviting violence into campus. When you bring the police for the first time in 55 years, the first time the police came to Colombia, 5 times in 1 year. That never happened before, like unprecedented. And, I mean, Andy mentioned that I was like one of the leaders of the movement. I was not really like a leader, because there were so many brilliant students who put so much effort and time
I know, I
and
watched
risk.
them. It was some of the most sophisticated organizing I've ever seen.
And they're all like literally, like young. Like, I remember myself when I was like 17, 18. I don't think I had that courage that these students have, but Colombia responded by expelling them, by disciplining them.
Throwing away their things on
by
the street.
allowing them to be doxxed. They literally did nothing to do that, and that's to say, still, like, the students prevailed in actually sparking a national movement.
Yeah. International.
International
Really.
movement, actually.
Colombia was ground zero. I
But
kept
that,
saying.
yeah, that just to say, like, I was not really, like, I wouldn't consider myself even close to a leader of such an amazing group of students who, each one of them, felt the responsibility to speak up, felt the responsibility to stand up for Palestine, for human rights, for justice, despite all the risks that Colombia tried to inflict upon them.
Just because you're not in front doesn't mean you're not a leader or a force for change and for good. It's interesting to hear how you are described, even for this event, you're described as an activist, and you're saying, I'm not a leader, I'm this, and I mean, you're a negotiator.
I'm not an activist. That's I think the worst word you can ever, I don't know.
Say more.
I just feel like whenever someone tells me like, oh, like, or they use like Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil, like I get so mad, because it's sort of like a label they want to use so that like you're doing something or you should do something, but like you don't have to be an activist to do something against a genocide. Like that's being a human. And yeah, just having that word like really takes a lot of our humanity about like us to care about each other, about like stopping a genocide. That's why I refuse, like I told all the team, never use like
all right, guys.
an activist.
Take notes in all your captions or whatever, but you're Mahmoud. who's getting in people's faces. Actually, this distinction, especially this word activist, is weaponized against journalists all the time.
Same with judges, like activist judges, activist journalists, activist, I would say like officials.
And it's something that is a consistent way of trying to discredit journalists, particularly journalists of color. If you decide to say something for the marginalized, to sort of raise the bar a little bit, oh my goodness, you're an activist, you're not neutral, you're biased, right? Which is completely transparent and so obvious, and yet so, what's the word, sticky. But I find, if I was going to have a label, I mean, negotiator. No, right? I mean, in terms of you were part of trying to find some sort of path forward. Yeah. And yet, so you were trying to be diplomatic. You were trying to be a Columbia-trained diplomat, I would say. And that didn't stop them from doing what they did to you anyway. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking, what does that even say for this idea that if you try to do the safe thing, if you're not even the loud one, if you're not even the one who's saying that you're even trying to work with the ones who are trying to oppress you, you're not safe either.
Yeah, and this goes because their problem is not the actions, it's not the speech, it's not it's just like their problem is the Palestinian existence by itself. Like, just to say the word Palestine for them is a problem, even if you don't do anything, like literally nothing. And that actually, like, I'm not exaggerating, that happened at Columbia when students and faculty were reported to their Gestapo forces at Columbia for either asking a question about Palestine, wearing a kufiya, like just like mentioning, I think there was one physics class, they mentioned something about like astronomy in Gaza, and that class was canceled.
Wait, what?
So you can, like, it's not, I'm not exaggerating when I say, like, literally just like the existence of Palestinians and the word Palestine and at Columbia and at such, like, in such institutions is the problem. It's not the tactics, it's not the actions. And you know, when I was negotiating on behalf of the students, I just like wanted to make sure that first, like, students are safe, and second, that we talk to the administration, because that was the first time, despite all these 20 years of activism at Columbia, the university refused to talk to the students. And when I went into the negotiation room, I think I felt it from the very beginning that they're meeting with us, or what they want is to contain us rather than actually engage with us. And that was like throughout the 10 days of negotiation. That was just like a matter of containment. Like, I can see it in their eyes. They don't have like a solution. They would bring like proposals, but it's only like, we create this committee, we create this process, but not actual action. Which again, like, the students refused, and the students proudly walked away from accepting any just any of these like sweeteners, like, oh, we give scholarships, but we'll not divest from Israel. So, and even when, you know, like at one day, the university threatened me that, like, they gave me a proposal. They said, by 12 a.m., if you don't accept it, the police and National Guard will come to campus. Yeah.
You said national, yeah, the Guard.
Yeah,
I actually do remember that, the threats of extra force to come
exactly.
to this place, this campus on 116th and
Yeah, and the
Morningside.
students decided to call their bluff, and I at that point I left, like, I immediately left. I was like, I'm not gonna talk to you or anything. I need to check with the students. The students were like, you know, we're not, like, we're gonna call their bluff, and we don't care.
Yeah.
And then like 3 hours later, they were begging me to come back to the negotiation.
I bring up this issue of negotiations because I keep thinking about your case, about being at Columbia, being at this privileged institution, trying to negotiate a way forward with Columbia in spite of their attempts to deny your very existence and humanity. And I keep thinking about the attacks on the actual negotiations happening for some sort of way forward. These negotiations happening in Israel, between Israel and Hamas. The attack in Qatar. Taking out negotiators, and how in some ways this is a tactic on a local level and on an international level. Take out the peacemakers.
No, literally, like Colombia.
Take out the peacemakers.
Yeah, Colombia like employed the same tactics that the Israeli occupation employs with Palestinians.
A certain way to learn firsthand.
With, bringing violence, answering with violence, thinking that they can control, thinking that they know better than anyone, but also with the tactics such as like bringing flyers and throwing them in the encampment, that if you don't leave by this hour, you will be disciplined. The same way that Israel like does the flyers, if you don't leave your home, you will be bombed. And literally similar tactics, like the same with they suspended me like the day after the encampment because they don't want to reach a solution. That's the thing. Like they don't want. They want to appear to the world that they are looking for a solution, but in practice, not really.
I promise we won't talk about our ex that much longer. I know we need to move forward and see other people. But one more thing about Columbia. Columbia is the home of the Pulitzer Prizes in journalism. When I was covering the crackdowns on when the students occupied, Hamilton Hall, and the institution barred their own student journalists from being able to cover what was happening to their classmates. Fast forward a year later, Columbia moved to suspend its own student journalists. The home of the Pulitzer, the home of Columbia Journalism School, one of the most premier journalism schools, cracking down on journalistic freedom of the Columbia Spectator. It is the Columbia Spectator, if anyone is watching online and you're a Columbia Spectator journalist, I tuned into Columbia's student radio station and the Spectator to get more accurate coverage of what was happening at Columbia than CNN, the New York Times, down the street. The students were holding it down, even at risk to their own future, their own safety, their own careers. So again, this bastion of free speech, of activism, of journalism, not even having any shame. I mean, the journalists eventually, the ones who were suspended, were eventually reinstated, but I was shocked. I don't think enough people knew that was what was happening. But as you said before, we have the power to carry on the torch of free speech. So here we are now, both you and I having our own versions of our rights to free speech being absolutely, assaulted. How do you think of your case in terms of free speech in America and what this says for, I think, free speech around the world?
I think my case in particular, but the larger suppression of Palestine related speech is has exposed the U.S. democracy, and to show it for what it is, that's democracy for some. It's a democracy of convenience. And I never
aesthetic
Yeah,
democracy.
you know, like when I was in Lebanon, when I was in Syria, as a Palestinian, I was always like on the receiving end of the U.S. foreign policy. But I never thought in my life that, you know, like you always think that freedom of speech is robust inside America. I never thought that the government would resort to such tactics to stop us. But at the same time, I feel that it's a testament that our speech works, that what we're doing matters, to have the President of the United States to come after a student for their like protest. And now I believe the American public is awakening to the reality of what's happening in Palestine, to the liability that Israel poses on U.S., I would say, domestic and foreign policy. And it's funny enough that, like, you know, Rubio determined that I am a foreign policy threat to the United States.
Right.
That was the main allegation against me, and to have a person to be a foreign policy threat, I don't know. I can't.
Columbia-educated Palestinian foreign policy
Literally.
threat.
And
yeah.
I don't know. And to me, like, you know, the American people are now realizing that it's actually Israel and supporting Israel. It's what's actually the threat to the United States foreign policy.
Yeah, definitely the tides are definitely turning, and it's not in Israel's favor at all.
Yeah, but I mean, that's unfortunately, that doesn't mean anything to people being killed
Yeah.
daily on the ground, and
It's-
that's why, like, I see the positivities of you know, like the public opinion is shifting, and more people are becoming aware of Israel, like genocidal intent, their atrocities, but still people are still getting killed. Nothing is stopping that, and it's very unfortunate that such not only violence, just dehumanization too, like, is being normalized, and people are just, you know, like, oh, it's another thing, like every day. While it is, I don't know, like 5 years ago, if we hear about the atrocities that are happening now, like, would be out of our minds.
Yeah. I mean, again, speaking of free speech, all these things that we were talking, the campus crackdowns were a massive, massive precedent for what we are seeing now, right? And that was under a Democratic administration. But to point that out, we weren't allowed to do that because do you want Trump to win? Do you want Trump to win? Shut up. Shut up. Purity politics. We have other things to worry about. But I think for a lot of us, particularly for me at least, using people of color in high places, using Kamala Harris, well, maybe, I don't know if using is the right word, being willing to make themselves the faces of the U.S.'s absolute violence and dehumanization. Linda Thomas Greenfield at the UN, Kamala Harris, Karine Jean-Pierre, who, by the way, you know she's a fellow SIPA alum.
I know. Yeah. Disgraceful.
Right. So many of us were seeing what was being laid as the tracks for now, what is now a runaway fucking train, running over our rights. Right. When the Democratic National Committee did not allow a Palestinian speaker, one who tried to find a way for a compromise.
Yeah.
For me, I was like,
I always
you
say
cannot run that way. Yeah.
The Democratic,
Thanks.
the Democratic rule, or like Biden in specific, laid the groundwork for what's happening now.
Thank you.
And
Let's just be honest, guys.
and I say as someone who, you know, who suffered from this administration, like from like the Trump, because people say
Right.
like, oh, maybe like Biden wouldn't have arrested you, but they would have like allowed the genocide to continue to happen, which again, what really matters. So no, I would rather to have that ugly person in front of me rather than, that one who would gaslight me in the face, the same way that Colombia was doing and still doing.
Yeah. It's like, do you want your sparkling water oppression or your like dirty tap water oppression? But it's still oppression, right? So you and I are sitting here today, all of us now in the city are seeing, we're seeing the National Guard, we're seeing an occupation of this city. We're seeing a runaway train of a crackdown on free speech now. I mean, what do you make of this? I'll give you the opportunity if you want to speak about the ruling that just happened in your case as well.
Basically, I would say, and like
I know the lawyers. I see the lawyer's face.
the administration was very clear about its intent that they want to use my case as a blueprint to go after everyone who opposes what they do, what they say. And that's what they are doing right now. So they came after visa holders, then green card holders, and now they're thinking about stripping citizenship from, neutralized citizens. And this would go on and on. And the fact that a Congress member dared to present a bill that would strip U.S. citizens of their passports.
U.S. citizens of their passports.
Tells you that yes, this is what they are doing. But unfortunately, the American public is paralyzed. Like, it's again normalizing all of this. That's like just Trump being crazy.
I mean, Jeffries and Schumer aren't going to come swoop down and save us.
It's just like the whole establishment. The whole establishment should be disgraced. And I mean, like now they're just try and error. Like, they went to LA, then they came to DC. Now they're going to Chicago. The way that they had Jimmy Kimmel fired, it just tells you that we're not approaching authoritarianism. We are in authoritarianism. And they say this like not lightly. I lived under Assad regime. Like, I know what a dictator is. Like, I know when Mukhabarat, the Syrian intelligence, would come and take people off the street. But at least they were not masked.
At least they. I heard that from a certain former administration. When I said a certain former president, a certain deporter in chief, used to lock up entire families and have children represent themselves in courts. But they didn't wear masks. That's what they told me. They didn't do it like this. It wasn't ugly. That was not a verbatim quote. I know people are talking about me and my quotes, but it wasn't like that. But it was basically that. Ours didn't look as bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
And we had the Dreamers, so it wasn't as bad.
And very briefly about my legal case, I mean, it's so complicated for me to explain, to be honest, but
Sure.
Yesterday I was basically deported for the second time because their first attempt was struck down by the federal judge to be unconstitutional. So now they literally fabricated some allegations that I misrepresented my green card application, despite like no evidence whatsoever, despite I never had a hearing to actually like look at these allegations or like to actually being cross-examined about them. So they found me, or they are deporting me based on that. But this is in the immigration court. So the immigration court is, I wouldn't call it court. It's, I don't know, like it's just an office really that has the facade of justice. Yet like the judge herself was a prosecutor of ICE. So, they answer to the executive branch. So our hope is in the federal court in the Third Circuit of New Jersey, that we're challenging that the whole immigration case is in retaliation of my freedom of speech for speaking out for Palestine. And now I'm basically safe from deportation until like November, I would say, when the appellate court will render its decision. But they're trying everything. Like they're literally appealing every single decision in my case, just hoping that they achieve what they first wanted, which is to make an example out of me, so others would be deterred from speaking out, whether they are citizens or not citizens alike. So that's their goal, remains their goal. But I'm lucky to have like a brilliant legal team. Here we have Amy and Baher. And I will not try to list them. They're a lot. Like for as good
Takes a village.
Takes a village. And this is what really saddens me the most, because it took me more than 25 lawyers to get a bail, and there are millions of immigrants in this country who don't even have one decent lawyer. And this really, like, I had when I was in detention, and just like, you know, seeing people around me who are struggling to find a decent immigration lawyer. And I have like 20 plus people.
Are there any immigration lawyers here? I'm asking this in DC. Any lawyers? How many lawyers? We got I'm sure we have a shout out to the lawyers. I mean, because we're talking about you're fighting this through the legal system, that we're still using, at least the system or whatever we have left of it, to an extent, to fight, you know, for people to be safe and to, you're basically fighting
but,
for
but
free
the legal
speech
system
in this sense.
was only built by protest.
Racism, like maybe that we wouldn't care. People really rallies for you around the world too, and that's how important your case is, because you are the test case, not just for Israel Palestine, but at this point for all of us. At this point, you're a test case for me. This is absolutely, yes, it's about the immigration system, it's about the overlapping of these systems, but it's fundamentally about the right to speak. People are losing their status, you nearly miss the birth of your child. Yeah. So you are a test case for all of us. That's how important you are.
From the first phone I had with me, when I was in detention, I knew that this is way beyond me as a person. That this really transcends like me as Mahmoud, and it's a huge responsibility to like to be the test case and to actually like continue to do wide. Like that's why I decided the first thing I would do after coming back to New York is to actually go to a protest.
Wow. Yeah, that's true. I saw you on the front lines right away. I was like, is he not scared?
No, that exactly because of this thing. Because I know a lot of people, especially students, where their speech was chilled, and I felt that's my responsibility. Although I don't like protesting, by the way, but still, like,
It's not convenient. This is not a culture of convenience.
Exactly.
This pa.
But I felt a responsibility to go there and just like show like myself and my face like that I'm not afraid. That despite everything that happened to me, despite me like missing the birth of my child, missing 104 days of the most, I think, precious time in my family, yet they will never succeed in silencing me. Thank you.
And they can't silence all of us on
Absolutely
your
not.
behalf. No, they can't, because we gonna be loud for you, like always and forever, Mahmoud. Well, I mean, to that point, and lastly, yes, how do you keep going?
It's so difficult, to be honest. Like I will not even pretend that it's easy. The fear is real. The exhaustion is real too. And I have, like small family that I also like need to attend to, and spend as much time as possible. But I don't know, like the cost of remaining silent is much higher than speaking out and than losing time like with my family. Because the killing is still happening. All these atrocities, whether here or there, are still happening. They're not stopping. And
Genocide is still happening.
exactly. And I mean, I try as much as possible. But it's not easy, and I will not ever pretend that like it is easy.
But it's worth it. It'll come back to you twofold, threefold. The blessings and the good vibes and what you're doing. It's not. Of course, it's not easy. You're more than just a test case, or you're a human. I know. So again, thank you for what you're doing.
No, thank you so much.
all of
Julie.
us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We could do a Q&A.
So yeah.
Okay.
So
No, thank you.
I think we're coming. Yes. You deserve it.
We still have a Q&A to do, so you can relax for a minute.
I'm sorry, y'all weren't keeping time for me.
So we're going to have a Q&A if that's okay?
Yeah,
no.
I would love to get
Yes.
as many
And-
questions.
And for both of you, the Q&A. And do me a favor, I want both of you, Mahmoud and Karen, to look out there and wave to the people there. There.
And I would love if like
Wow.
people like ask their questions and journalists give space for people to ask their questions. I
Yeah,
mean,
journalists.
we're always, I don't know, I'm always accessible to journalists, but not here, so
you
to
want me to go to
prioritize.
Let
non-
that.
journalists
actual
first?
people.
I would love
ask
to, yeah.
questions.
Yeah, so non-journalists get to ask questions first.
Dang, y'all are as a journalist too, actually? No, just kidding.
And you know what I noticed is the
Gosh.
people in the back room were much more enthusiastic. They were
Oh,
clapping.
hey.
You see? You see?
Oh my gosh.
They were clapping a lot more. So I'm going to start there with a question. If somebody has a question in the back room.
Okay. Oh, you gotta travel across the border.
All right, we're going to
go.
get there. Hold on. All right, anyone has a question back here?
Wow.
One person. Person with the Palestinian flag.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Mahmoud, thank you so much for being here. I too actually am a Columbia alum.
Dang,
So,
man.
question I want to ask, primarily Mahmoud, but also Karen. So, often in sort of activist circles or actually just general public of people speaking up, you often may see a sense of despair, throwing in the towel. And to be frank, I see this mostly among liberal white people, including friends of mine, who think, oh, we're just cooked, or we shouldn't even try something. So what is your response to that? Because you've been through truly hell and back, and still you are relentlessly hopeful and active. And yeah, so what's your message for those sorts of people who really haven't tried everything?
Oh, thank you. Like, what you described is exactly what they want us to feel. They want us to feel useless, helpless, and just desperate. And this would be their gift. Like, we're really, like, that's why they're doing all of that, because they would love to have just like a silent population, homogeneous politically, and not to say anything. And that's my message. Like our silence is their victory. That's why we should speak up. We should do more.
And speaking of forever hopeful, we have Medea Benjamin here with Code Pink. Whom when I feel tired and exhausted, I just watch one of her videos and I'm ready to go.
Likewise, whenever
Yeah,
I see
same.
Medea, like I have like that sense of
she could keep-
hopefulness.
She can keep doing it. We all can.
Well, Karen, I have a question for you about how your colleagues at the Washington Post have responded.
I appreciate there are so many colleagues that are still at the Post who have spoken out in my defense, who've reached out. Shout out to the Washington Post guilds speaking out for me. My former colleagues, I'm still processing that. As far as I know today, well, I think perhaps some of you may know me as Jamal Khashoggi's former editor. Perhaps you might have seen me on TV a couple years ago this time. I hired Jamal, and you were part of also that fight, hired Jamal to write and express himself on comment on what was happening on Saudi Arabia, but around the Arab world in general. And when he was murdered, brutally dismembered, and I, like you, Mahmoud, I felt that I had to go out there. He was my writer. He poured his heart and soul onto the page with me, despite being banned from writing. I think a lot of people actually don't know about his story. Jamal Khashoggi, before he came to me, he was banned from writing in Saudi Arabia. You know why? Actually, the true reason is because he criticized Trump. That is the actual reason he was shut down and barred from writing for a year, because he criticized Trump's sort of actions and buddy relationship with Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince. This is something that people actually don't know. So, he was murdered in the Washington Post, put me out there. I was on the TV over and over and over again. Threats to my security. I was put on a list because I believed in the Post. I believed in journalism. I believed in writers. I saw what Jamal had given up. How could I give up? I mean, I could at least still speak. And fast forward to today, and I've been fired for doing my job. Been fired for doing my job, and my own paper has not even mentioned me once. In their stories on censorship, I am not mentioned. A place I gave 11 years to. So, their coverage should say a lot about this direction. But, you know, I still keep going despite my book on Jamal being shut down. My attempts to teach my class at Columbia being shut down. And now my dream job, what was a dream job, lost. I don't know, it's also people like you that
It's
make
worth
me
it.
think, like, of course I should show up, right? Like, I don't know. What can you do to support me? Y'all, it's still a free country. I see the lawyers. I know. You know, what I can say is when you guys are seeing those of us paying prices for doing our jobs, for many people I've written about, you know, or edited, is to speak up for us as well. Should I do the whole like influence? Click like and subscribe. Yes, now I'm writing in Substack. You can subscribe to my work on Substack. It's called The Golden Hour on Substack. I have some things to say, right? Also, for those of you who are lifelong learners and nerds, I will be teaching race, media, and international affairs anyway. So, I may no longer be with the Washington Post, but I'll forever be a journalist. But I'm now a rogue radical professor. And for those of you who would like to sign up for the class, it's online, 7 weeks. You'll hear from myself. I'll be lecturing, as well as amazing guest speakers. The deadline is coming soon for Race, Media, and International Affairs 101. My youngest student in the first pilot class was 17. The oldest was 79. For a fraction of the cost of Columbia. But I just really believe that, first of all, this knowledge shouldn't be held hostage by these cowardly institutions. Why should I stop teaching? Because they stopped having humanity. Like, why should, so that is one way. You can also, if you don't have time, I'll be recording the lectures. It's all online, it's all on Zoom. I'll be recording the lectures, so you can watch it at your own leisure. But I'll be starting October 6th with my first lecture, so bring your notebooks, bring your pencils. You can sign up at resistancesummerschool.com and learn with me, from me. Other than that, my life's about to get a little spicy, so just follow, like, subscribe. It's meant a whole lot to hear from all of you. Mahmoud even, it's meant a whole lot. I'm still processing, but we move. We keep going anyway. We keep going.
All right, we have another person to ask a question right here.
Hello. Sorry, Karen, for the loss of your friend. I remember during that time I was the assistant to Yagani Rezian, who was very close friends, her and Jason, to Jamal. That was 6 years ago, and now the infringement of free speech has been completely stripped away. Mahmoud, I pray for you and your family, you, your wife, and your children. And I was curious, a lot of our parents, when they came to America, they came on green cards. And then their children were US citizens. Your child is a U.S. citizen, or is it possible that you could stay because of that, or is that entire institution itself being stripped away? I know it's like very sensitive subject, but I'm just curious about that.
So,
And yes, your wife is a citizen as well too.
no, I mean, that's essentially like what the law is, and that's what they basically denied me like last week. So, so for anyone who has like U.S. family, usually they can get a waiver and stay in the country. However, they are taking, the current government, they are taking like the very unprecedented decision of not granting me any sort of waiver to stay here. So, but we're still again like we're fighting it in the federal court. So we still have like a very big chance there. Can't hear.
Melania Trump.
Okay. Hi, Javier. Thank you to both of you for your courage. Briefly, we talk a lot about Israel as an Israeli settler project, but we also need to talk about it as a capitalist project. So many Israeli technology companies are big players in the U.S. military-industrial complex. West Bank and Gaza are perversely presented as real estate opportunities. Can you speak to, again, the capitalist pressures that are at play at continuing the genocide and the occupation of West Bank and Gaza? Thank you.
No, thank you so much, and this is really very important, and this is the essence of the divestment movement. Why the hell like universities are investing in weapon manufacturers? Like why is that? Especially like in Israeli or American ones, and Zionism forever has been an extension of the capitalist regime in the West, and that's why it's being supported unconditionally by such regime. So it absolutely is, and this is why the divestment movement is so it's being so opposed and criminalized in this country, because it goes to the essence of what you said of capitalism, of profit over human beings.
But then also, can I quickly add to that? I mean, the sort of imperial boomerang of it all. I mean, many of you perhaps remember watching Ferguson in 2014 when those protesters were being tear gassed. My colleagues, again, journalists, being arrested and tear gassed. And for me as a black journalist, particularly, seeing how Palestinians were sending messages of advice and tips on how to deal with the tear gas. We're saying tips on don't use water, use milk. And so it's also about this sort of global ties of US cops that have training programs with the Israeli security forces. Again, back to Jamal Khashoggi, the spyware that they suspected of using in cases like his was Pegasus, which is one of the most feared spyware used to spy on journalists from Mexico to Saudi Arabia, is an Israeli firm, NSO. So this is something that directly came home to me in ways that I did not expect. So the global sort of surveillance, I mean, Palestine is a laboratory for what can be done to us and what will be done, what is being done, as you said, in Colombia. That's why this matters. There's a checkpoint outside. We're at that level. So yeah, it's a global project.
I have an online question here from Alexis. It says, this is from Mahmoud. It says, protesting is a tool we use very heavily as Americans, but with an administration that isn't listening and is penalizing free speech, what other forms of resistance do you find effective?
I mean, once again, like protesting is, as happened in Colombia, like it was only one of the ways. There was like a lot of political education, a lot of petitions, webinars, but also as MLK said, like direct action is and civil disobedience is a way like to seek change. And I mean, so it's. I mean, I'm not that expert in these like matters, but absolutely, like I don't like. That's why I hate protests, because people go to protest and they think they did something, and while like I really appreciate people putting their time and effort and unfortunately risks now like to go to a protest, but in a lot of cases like it doesn't achieve anything, and it just like vent your frustration. That's why I tend to do like other things, like with political education mainly. Like that's the thing that I feel myself effective in. But definitely, like that's why we shouldn't like keep protest as the main like sort of like activism, if you want to say, like in this country in specific. And I mean, movements, whether from the civil rights movement to like in British India and South Africa, like they used all different tactics to achieve their liberation. And to achieve a change, and we I think like we are at a stage where that should happen.
All right, we have, should we offer a couple of journalists? A couple of journalists. So we have one and one.
Okay. As a journalist, I have two questions.
One to Mahmoud, one to Karen.
Okay.
Fair and balanced. Both sides.
Okay. First question I want to ask you. My name is Mohammed Bidewi. I am a journalist working for Al Arab Al Jadid at Qatar and London. In 1987, Reagan administration, they arrested two Palestinian holding green card. And one of them, he talked later, he said, they succeeded to talk my political voice. And during this time, they took the people political voice. Do you think this gonna happen this time?
I mean, they eventually failed with the LA8. So the case is, if anyone wanna look into it, it's the LA8, which is 7 Palestinians and 1 Kenyan woman were basically arrested, detained on immigration purposes for their Palestinian or activism for Palestine. And the government weaponized the immigration system against them, but they eventually prevailed. Like now they are citizens, actually, I believe, like most of them. And as I said before, like the whole purpose is to chill speech. Unfortunately, they succeeded to a large degree in fear mongering, like around the country. And that's why I'm speaking up now. Like I'm just like not to make them succeed in doing that. So that's I think like to the best of my knowledge.
So she has one more question for you. Close to your mouth.
Okay. I started working in media 18 years ago, and I thought Western media is an example for me. How the Western media look to us as Arab while you were working at Washington Post, and how they cover stories about us as Arab in the Middle East. Thank you.
I can answer that.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, well, I'll answer that. I mean, I think that is precisely the reason. I mean, I was just one person in a section. I mean, that was precisely the reason why I wanted to build a section for journalists like Jamal, like Mona El-Tahawi, like before the Global Opinion section, and if he's watching, shout out to Eli Lopez, who is my co-editor. We increased the number of Palestinian voices that we had on the page, for sure. We also, yeah, I thought it was, I'm like, yeah, this should be normal, but apparently to even have any Palestinian voices was not normal in general in in media. So for me, I mean, at least what I felt I could do, seeing this lack of Arab voices, whilst we were in Washington, where there's a bunch of think tanks and a bunch of policy experts who make their money speaking about the Arab world, how to manage the Arab world, how to move the pieces around in empire. What did Edward Said say? The Middle East is a career. So at least for me, I think what we tried to do with our own little power was to at least translate pieces into Arabic so that people actually from the region could read, Jamal could read these writers. Mm-hmm. This is what I teach about in my class. I have a whole unit on this. Yes.
Yeah, Sam Husseini. I didn't expect to hear I hate protests.
We broke some news.
But I relate somewhat to the sentiment in that they need to be strategic. And I don't feel, and you know, I think a lot of the previous questions were very frustrated that where's the student movement now? And I think that a strategic mistake was made by not moving more off campus, especially in the case of Columbia. You have you're in New York, you got the UN right there. Right now, there were protests in front of the UN today. The US cast its sixth veto, and people were protesting, trying to get the General Assembly to basically override the US veto. You need 2/3, and you can get a protection force, you can get sanctions, and so on. And I've been working with Roger Waters was there, Craig Mokhiber. So you have serious activity, but it's totally disengaged from the students. And imagine if you had Columbia students and NYU and CUNY and all the other universities converge on the UN. And I don't know if it's too late. You have the big UN meetings next week. So I think this is, you know, you can't attack the enemy frontally. You can't, you know, I go to the protests in front of the White House all the time. They're social events, right? It's how I catch up with people who I know and love. But if you ask the Irish delegation to the UN and the Indonesians and the Brazilians to live up to their rhetoric, to do more to stop this ongoing genocide, I think that's a key to protest. Was there any discussion about that, about moving more off campus and being more strategic about it?
So, I mean, I have two comments about that. And the first thing, I agree, and I must confess that there isn't one united vision for like the Palestine movement in this country, unfortunately. And it's fragmented, especially in New York. Like that's why I know. You know, you have like at least, I don't know, like 3 different big groups, like umbrellas, and there isn't one goal in specific. Which I think it's on us to solve that. And there is also the co-optation of the movement, where unfortunately it's no longer Palestinian-led as it should be. And the second thing about, like, you know, like students at Columbia worked a lot with the Harlem community. That was like from the very beginning, that the decision was it's not only about divestment, because Columbia is literally displacing Harlem community from around. So there was a lot of work with the Harlem community as a whole. And to the best of my knowledge, to be honest, like they were very well embedded within the citywide movement. But it's like a problem not with the student movement itself. I think it is with the Palestine movement as a whole in this country, that they're not united toward one goal. Where are the pressure points? Why we should protest? Because there's fatigue now with protests across the country, across the world. Because people are protesting, and there's no real tangible like outcomes of it, and you only see repression and violence against these. So the start point is, I believe, is to actually have that unified vision, no matter where you stand on on the spectrum in terms of Palestine. You know, like people have so many like views, ideas about what should be the case, or what should be like the vision of the solution. But it's just like caring about Palestine should be uniting, and then work from there to build the movement. But I agree with you in terms of like, unfortunately, it's becoming ineffective in so many ways. I mean, the only positive I see, I mean, there is, of course, like positive, but is the ability of this movement to change the public perception and opinion about Palestine now, where you have, I don't know now, like it's 76% of Democrats. Exactly. I mean, it's about time, but I know. But that's fine.
What impact do you think the candidacy of Zohran Mamdani has on the movement in general?
I see it in a way that Palestine is no longer a liability on politicians. In fact, Israel is a liability now on politicians.
I mean, they're chasing Richie Torres everywhere.
We should vote him out, like,
Yeah.
or you should.
Yeah, New Yorkers, do what you gotta do.
Exactly. But it is again, like, it's a testament of that people are now like more and more aware about what like to have a principled politician. And he's not perfect. No one is perfect. I'm not saying that he is perfect, but to have someone having such principled views about Palestine, being elected by the majority of the Jewish population in New York too, that shows us like that people can see beyond Israel.
All right, we have time for 2 more questions, and there's a lot of hands. Now I know what Caroline Levitt feels at the White House. It's really hard. Okay, we have a young man here first because he gets priorities. I want you to come forward here. I want you to stand right there, and I want you to turn around and look at the camera when you're asking the question so people can see you. You see your face on the camera? Yep. Okay, you can see yourself up there. You see it? All right, you ready?
Hello.
Hi.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment.
Very DC.
We will always keep fighting for a free Palestine.
There we go.
He's going places. Bright future.
Hi, I actually was wondering if I could ask the legal team a question. Her face! I am a law student, an aspiring immigration attorney here in DC at the Howard University School of Law. And I was just wondering, when it comes to this type of like impact litigation work and movement lawyering work, how do you balance working with each individual person and family when you know that there's a larger movement behind it? How do you balance those 2 competing factors?
Who wants to take it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you can stand in front of the camera.
Come. Lawyers to the front.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, yeah, Amy should speak to this too.
Please welcome Bahir Azmi.
Yeah.
The camera is here, Bahir.
Hi, I work at a legal organization called the Center for Constitutional Rights, which is focused on what you call movement lawyering, which is to not prioritize legal cases as such, but to see a legal case as just a tool, a tactic for a broader strategy, and the strategy is supporting movements. So, of course, this is a compelling legal case with a lot of legal questions that are critical to constitutional republic and democracy, but it's also a vehicle, and Amy knows this well, to showcase the broader political implications about this. And part of the, I think, critical role of a movement lawyer is to use legal tools to open up space for incredible activists like Mahmoud.
He's not activist.
Incredible political educators like Mahmoud.
There we go.
To have an opportunity to use the legal case for a platform for their broader political messaging.
Okay. One final question, Andy.
Figure it out to make sure that they're centered.
We're good.
I think they're centered.
One final question.
Okay, we have time for two quick ones. If you make it quick, we'll do two.
DC, quick questions at a panel?
Two quick questions. Why don't we how about we take three
a couple
questions
and then
you guys can do
Sure,
wrap
yeah,
up.
no
Is that
problem.
okay?
Yes.
All right, let's do three questions.
First, I just want to say it's a huge honor
Hi,
to be in your
Gustavo.
presence here. Hi, great to see you again. I just wanted to ask if you had any mantra or any message to activists and people out there who want to do something with their lives, but they're experiencing Israeli censorship or Israeli work like they're somehow working within a system that is supporting Israel. What can you do when you're feeling like your free speech is no longer important? You can't do that while you're also trying to pursue, for me, physics or something else. What can you continue to say so you don't get disheartened and lose that dream while also being anti-Israel?
Oh wait, we're gonna take a couple questions. This is called batching the questions, and then we'll try take a couple.
Are you guys writing notes? Do you want me to
Yes, I'm writing.
First of all, I just want to say I'm so honored to be with you guys here. Look, your courage has been incredible, both of you. And that goes into what I want to ask about. I'm with Refuse Fascism, which is an organization leading people not just to protest, but actually to come into the streets in overwhelming numbers in sustained protest, like Tahrir Square, like South Korea, like come into the streets and don't stop until the regime is removed from power. And we're calling for that to begin November 5th. I want to know right now, in this society, we need millions in DC, coming into DC November 5th and staying. But in this society right now, there's not millions right now that are acting with the kind of courage that the two of you have exhibited. And so my question to you is, what do you have to say to people about why they should be courageous? You said we're in authoritarianism now. I agree. I would say we're in fascism now. People need to be very courageous. They need to speak out. They need to, you talked about the institutions being taken over. People need to resist those institutions being taken over. They need to stand up and say, no, we're not going to bow down to this. But that courage is really needed. So I just want to ask, what would you say to people about how to find their courage in this moment?
Go Antifa.
One more.
Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for this amazing event. I am also a Columbia SIPA 23 alum, so Mahmoud, I didn't get to meet you. I graduated the semester before, but a lot of my friends love you and know you, so just want to say thank you for everything that you do. And Karen, I admire you. So my question is, given the current environment that we live in and the fact that a lot of people feel stuck in the situation that they're in, what advice do you have for those of us who want to take a more independent route, like how you are, Karen? And what advice do you have for those who feel stuck given the economic situation that they might be in and they can't necessarily leave the system or leave the institutions that they're working in?
All right, that's a wrap.
Okay.
So you guys,
Pick and choose.
I will take a first stab at just all of them, but I think a lot of us feel that what's happening is very far from us, and whether it is our social status or our color or whatever protect us, but nothing protect us at these moments. And this is what I think people should realize, that it is at our door, it's in our home what's happening. If you think that it's 7,000 miles away, if it's in Gaza and only in Gaza, it's not. It's literally here. It's happening here. And I realized that when I was in Syria, we were living relatively like peacefully, but like in a matter of days, like everything like turned the opposite. And from that moment, like I took on myself like to actually like no, like I should be more active, and no matter where it is, like it's close to home, like it's at our door. That's I think a lot of the people are not realizing like that, you know, they feel like it's far from them. But whether you are a federal employee, whether you are just like a journalist, like they're coming after you. That's what they did. Like the number of employees who were laid off, or the journalists who are now being targeted, the students, all of that. They're coming after every one of us. And I don't know, like I'm not an inspirational speaker, so
What are you
Gustavo,
talking about?
I don't know, like what to tell
Did you hear how many applauses and snaps and blah, 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 blah that you got? You are.
No, I really, I just believe that every one of us has so much power, and no matter what because they want us to think that we are against a machine, which we are against, like a killing machine and like a fascist machine. But we also like have our power, and we can do even. And I understand there's so many risks and there's so many variables when it comes to people to participate in such environment. But we can find a way around that. And this is in the student movement. We implemented that in a way that a lot of students did not feel comfortable being on the front lines or protesting or participating in the encampment. But they were doing amazing work preparing flyers, preparing like political education material, supporting with press and media research. There's like so many things. Yeah, there's so many things that we can do as individuals that's very impactful. That I believe is equally, if not more important than those on the front lines.
Nice. Yeah, I think you're asking about sustaining and courage. One of my favorite quotes is from Aristotle. I think it's courage is the first of all qualities, or the greatest of all qualities, because it guarantees all the others, right? It doesn't mean people aren't afraid, but it's the willingness to do it anyway. And I guess I keep saying courage is it's a discipline. Like you got to get your courage reps in. Anyone knows I'm a bit of a martial arts nerd. So I just think the more you do it, I won't say that it's not uncomfortable, but you start doing it, it becomes easier. And I would say, I mean, we think about like, oh, we're fighting the machine, we're going up against the machine. I guess I think of it as being as deeply human and connected and fighting, not even fighting, just seeing yourself in someone else. Like I'm like doing something to someone else, like the golden rule, like I don't know, maybe I'm different, but I'm just like, this seems basic.
No, I think Karen, like
little kids get it.
Well, you say like courage is contageous.
Yeah,
and
that's
it really is. And that's like I felt it like when the first encampment was swept by the police, by over I think 700 police officers came to swipe the first encampment, and in an hour you saw like hundreds of students establishing a new encampment that no one told them to do so. And that's why I say like courage is contagious, and that's why it's I think why you're saying like this is one of the greatest qualities.
Yeah, and I'd also say, I mean, I can say this about, I don't know, maybe anything I've stepped forward for, even in Colombia now, because a lot of people told me to keep quiet about Colombia. A lot of people told me to not talk about WAPO firing me. Just be quiet. I admire how quiet you've kept this. And I just decided to step out, and you step out and people catch you. I think that's what's happened, at least in my case. When I said on Blue Sky that Columbia had canceled my class, hey, would anyone take it if I did it myself? I would have been happy with 20 people. I would have done this under a tree, in in like, my living room. So I was like, if I can get to like 20 or 30, that'd be cool. And I just put it out there, and 2,000 people responded. And not just responded, not just said that they would want to take the class and pay for it. A lot of people said, I'm willing to pay for other people to take this class. We were able to fund 40 scholarships just from people who would say, I really want others to take this too. Or people saying, I can't take it, how can I contribute, they're like, I will do your videos, I will hand out notebooks. And so I guess for me, so far, it's been realizing that we have a lot of power. We put that school together in 2 months, right? We are institutions. Institutions are people. It's not the other way around. And we don't need their permission to be able to connect with one another. And I think that's what I sometimes see fundamentally is like me being able to express myself and share knowledge with you. Why should anything really come between that, right? So I guess for me, I don't know, I just see it as basic, but the world makes things so complicated. For profit, let's put people into crippling debt to listen to people like me. I don't believe in that. That doesn't make sense. Let's put adjuncts who are brilliant, who are the backbone of these institutions, who are making poverty wages, who can't feed themselves. That doesn't make sense. So I think it's also about collectively together saying like, how can we do this differently, and that it's possible. So I think courage is a lot of times like an expansion of imagination. I think there's a lot of closeness of imagination. If you can't even imagine that something is possible, you can't even do it. Probably a long time ago, never would have imagined that Palestine would create the largest student movement in US history. The media doesn't want you to know that. I tried to put that out there. It's the largest student movement in history, right? For a lot of people, they didn't think that could be possible, and now they've seen it, and now you've seen the bravery, and now they're scared, but now we're brave, right? So yeah, together, of course. We're brave together, yes.
I think it was Anthony Bourdain who said that everything is made in China and courage is made in Palestine. And I think that statement cannot be any more true than it is today. I want to say a very special thank you to Karen and Attiah. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for being you. And a very special thank you to Mahmoud Khalil. Thank you.
Selfies on both sides. And grab the side too.
I believe you. Yeah. It's like the
Texting all night. We missed each other. All right, so you're going to leave. I'm just going to follow behind you, okay?
I'm still shocked. Thank you. Hey, Edgar.
Kicked ass.
Huh?
You kicked ass.
I mean, this is so cool. I mean,
Yeah, make sure you take care of yourself, okay?
I know you keep reminding me of that because he's like, tomorrow I'm hoping, it's Saturday, I'm hoping I can
Take care of yourself. Let me know if you need anything. Okay, I'll be out.
Okay, well, thank you for coming. Send me the,
Just make sure you take care of yourself.